when I say you're not ready for this. I'm not ready for this. Ah! Hello. I decided to put on a wig today. If it looks like ass, it's probably because it is, because I don't fucking know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to fucking wear a wig properly. So, yeah. Anyways, now that I'm sitting here with the wig on, I realize I do not miss having long hair at all. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, I wanted to tell people I was live, but I got so excited I have to do this first. Hold on. Also, I remember Nightbot, yeah. Because I have a command which is called lurk. For those who just want to lurk on my stream and still give me the view. Because I'm struggling with keeping it 3 views on average, which is kind of sad, but you know, I'm probably gonna touch my face a lot because this hair is all up in my business. Also, I don't actually think I fixed. Nope, I did not. It's not that one. It's that, and let's see. There. Long hair gets everywhere. True. Did my Steam just freeze? Anyway, this is what I want to do. I'm trying a new setup for my streams, so now I have my stream here on my phone, but I don't know if I should or what. So now I can see myself and what I'm doing, like, live, and then we have the actual live stream that's like right next to it, so I'm like seeing myself twice, and it's kind of confusing, so I don't know, I might turn that off, but I don't know yet. It's just so that I have like a better way of like keeping track of like everything, you know, have it all on one screen, because usually I just have like my recording software or my streaming software, and then I have like the chat on the side. But now I have like everything. So, yeah. Okay, anyways. I think I'm good to go now. So, let's continue. No. Actually, no. Select adventure. We have to start over because I guess it auto-saved or something. Which is fine. We're here. So, yeah. I did in fact start this episode, but I didn't really get that far. Yes, it's case 3. Right? I'm like, it's case 3, right? Yeah, episode 3, that's right. So let's go. The Adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Ooh, is it a
murder
juicy
in
episode?
a carriage as it sped through dense London fog.
I started this like a few weeks ago, but I had to stop the stream
the perpetrator
because
were the only ones inside.
the defendant
There
just
were
wanted to
multiple
protect his lucky
witnesses to the
charms.
crime itself. However,
Yeah, I know
none
he's
could have
Irish.
imagined at the time
But I had
that
to like
such a
stop the
seemingly
last
obvious
time
case as
I
this
streamed this because
would
I started
end in
feeling
such a
pretty.
horrendous manner.
I started dissociating a bit, so
My friend,
most
Mr.
certainly,
Herlock
yeah.
Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Look at the nerds. They're so cute. I can't.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that
I
case,
still refuse to
the
believe that
Supreme
they're
Court
speaking
might, if
British.
you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure.
Mostly because I can't do it, so.
I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Center of the world. Not today. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Hell yeah. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Oh no. Did it crash? It seems to be fine on my end though, so... There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Y'all say. No, Lily, you always bring up how they don't have any central heating in Japan and how it gets fucking cold in winter times. Okay, the app. Cool. I was like, oh no, did my stream crash? Anyways, don't bring up that again. You keep bringing it up every single time. I don't know why that is so fascinating to you. It's really not. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself. It's certainly unfamiliar. The birds are supposed to be doves, but no one takes Strongheart seriously, so we call them pigeons. What birds? Also, yeah, the cog ticking and echo would drive me crazy. I can't stand, like, ticking noises. Like, clocks? No. I once had, like, an alarm clock in my room, and one night, I got so fed up with the fucking ticking noise that I had to, like, put it outside of the room. which defeats the purpose of a fucking alarm clock in the first place. And then I got one of those silent clocks. Not a digital one. It was still like an analog one. But, you know, those that don't tick, but they have like this constant like little noise thing. No, that didn't work. That drove me insane too. So, yeah, that's a lot of fun. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. We're so similar. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. Yeah, I too just use my phone. I do have like one whole clock in this entire apartment, and it's merch. It's merch that I got when I was in Japan. Hold on, let me actually go grab it real quick, because why not? It's this bad boy. Right now, I'm pretty sure it's dead. Did I remove the batteries? I sure did! I said, no, I don't want it to be making any noise, so I'm gonna remove the batteries. Use my phone, and every day I wake up to Brian David Gilbert singing Love on Top on blast right in my ear. It's one way to shock myself away. Awake. Oh my god. That is the way to wake up. Out of all of the ways, that sure is one of them. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Niksama? Is that how you say it? Thank you so much. So instead, we are here in a different capacity, as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. I feel for this. Your favorite song is your alarm when you wake up. Happy. I wake up to like 3 songs technically, because I have like one that I always use like an hour before my actual alarm. Kind of. That's kind of like more mellow, and it's a nicer song to just listen to. And then we have like at 11 a.m., which is when I'm supposed to wake up, not that I do, but then I have something more upbeat. And I don't have any hate for any of those songs. Do you dissect those spiral marshmallows into separate colors before eating them, or are you normal? I never have those. I'm not really that fond of marshmallows. But I'm trying to think of like when I had those, and I can't remember what I did. I had a super important thing I had to get up early for and set my alarm to Death Pop. What is Death Pop? I am very uncultured. I listen to like the same 7 artists slash groups slash bands. I don't know what you want to call them. Did you get a noise complaint? Huh. Okay. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If you want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualification as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for 40 days! Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. Ah, okay, I see. It's like death metal but super high-pitched screaming instead of low-pitched. Interesting, never heard of it before. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. It's cool. Just let Hailey and Meatball know that if you're posting a link and they can give you a permission. For like, what, 10 seconds? How long is the... How long is the permission for? I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Oh yeah, they did. I'm so sorry. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, look, it's the pigeon man. Did you know that his Japanese name was Heart Vortex, and heart was a reference to the word for pigeon? Really? I did not know. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Susato is telling us not to be a fairy. Ah, yes. Thank you. Alright, I don't know if I need to, like, look around. Really? Because there is, like, not much. I mean, I'll do it anyways. Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. Okay, it's for 60 seconds, I see. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? It's garderobe. Yes, I know. I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. Oh my god, you're twins! I believe they're suits of armor. Oh, right. thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And they roam around in the middle of the night. Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Soto? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did you get that incredible tome? This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Miss Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know, that's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. And then we have the cogwheels. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find in a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make, considering how large they are. I bet they'd still annoy the shit out of me. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. I believe that's everything that I can look at. I remember from last time. Okay, let me converse with you. Let's talk about London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Miss Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. A group of Dutch people sue the government for not following the climate change plans, and won. That's a good thing, right? I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes! Astounded is the word! Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. I just walked into the kitchen and my 5-year-old brother was standing on the stove. What the hell? Well, I'm glad he was off, but I don't think you should be standing on the stoves. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. I can't say that. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. Some people won a court case allowing them to wear sleeves on their heads in passport photos because of religious freedom. Dutch court is an interesting place. He is a little brat man. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Oh, those are the birds you were talking about. I see. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law student. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? The sun will never set, my ass. Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. Well, I didn't catch those birds the first time around, so... That's amazing! The news reached him before we even arrived! My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Speaking of pigeons, there was one time I went to McDonald's, which is like right across the street from me, and I saw there were like 2 pigeons just sitting in the parking lot and probably trying to eat some trash or whatever. And I look at them and I look away and I walk towards McDonald's, and I swear one of those motherfuckers just went, and I kid you not, it spoke to me and it just said, "Hey!" And I was just like, what did you just say? Did you just speak to me? Did you just say, "Hey"? And I thought I was losing it, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it ever since. Also, I'm not terrified of pigeons. I'm terrified of seagulls. Never mind. Yeah, I feel like there is some bias against this man, Niksama. Unfortunately, it's not quite 24 hours. Your Disney Princess Awakening was at hand. You just like to bully him. Well, you know, that's valid. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are a people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regrets that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What is that hair? What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo? I can't mispronounce it. I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding. This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, I feel like Ryunosuke's just like standing there just like, I can be a lawyer? Here is that, we brought you a blood sacrifice? That took a turn. What if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Kenai has lawyership. Naruhodo's like, Can I has lawyership? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I am a lawyer! I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's, Actually, there's no one. Sorry to take up your time. Bye. We will be on our way back home now. See you. Farewell. It was nice coming here to your country. Hope to see you again soon. Huh. Let's be like, actually, there's no one. It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died. And yes, I've studied as hard as I possibly could, but I can't really can I really stand before this terrifying man and claim I can do the job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course, only one lawyer. Oh, Susato is not happy. But I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of a Susato takedown, obviously, but still, perhaps I should change my answer. She really is giving me the death glare. It's me! I can do it! Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. I defended myself. And I won. Only once, as it happens, and I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief. Not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. How will the British lawyers will feel when they find out that some random Japanese guy with 40-ish days of training gets to be a lawyer? Oh no. And they had to get a degree and multiple years of training. Oh no, those poor lawyers. So this is very unrealistic that he learned the law in like 40 days, but it's Ace Attorney, so suspension of disbelief. Yeah. Where did that come from? Oh, oops. I mean, even if he is, different strokes for different folks. Very right. We do not kink shame here. Like, good on him. I just need something to drink. That's way too much. Okay. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish, I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Test. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Cosma really wanted to get some fish and chips and I intend to honor that! Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. Well, of course it is. Oh yeah, that feeling. It really sucks. A murder! An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easier to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We will be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. Just lose, Gek. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to hit this absurd test? No, wait! I didn't mean to- whatever. My thumb pressed by accident. Hold on, wait, I didn't catch that. Where's history key? I have to give you a decision now. My answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. I literally hit it by accident, like immediately as soon as it showed up. I didn't even get to think. So it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's all right, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth.
Why does it have to be like this?
Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam?
Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart?
You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. It is an awful situation. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve.
Oh.
Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. We were just gonna let him get sentenced to death. It was gonna be hilarious. As you do. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Alright, let's move. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Let's go. Thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. Night out with the boys, some chips, beer, get an innocent man sentenced to death, maybe go to the club. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. Susato is just playing GTA 5! This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam! It's Jacksepticeye! Hell yeah! I watched an actual lawyer play the first 2 cases of the trilogy because I think I've seen some highlights about that. But the thing that those lawyers like make a mistake of like every single time is that first 2 cases of this game. Oh yeah, that's right. You told me. That's right. But anyways, there is this one guy that played like the trilogy. I don't know if he actually finished it or what. But he was like comparing it to the American justice system, whatever. But that's wrong because it's like a mix of Japanese and American law. So it's a bit different. The dude in the suit, like Attorney Tom or something. I'm not sure. He has TikTok. I believe he's like pretty big on TikTok. What are you doing following me here? Oh God, I can't speak in an Irish accent. Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in this strange, faraway land. I watch 3 Irish YouTubers / streamers or whatever, Mad Hatter. And I can't replicate it. So I'm sorry this is gonna sound fucking awful, but it's the best I can do. Just grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Soto, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It is nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I only want you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial's about to begin, you see. It's for my good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. Why the fuck would he make it up? I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Bluster and blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. Okay, Jacksepticeye. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they've the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What the fuck is queer? I don't know. I don't want to think too much about it. What's the matter with the London police, I ask you? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Mr. McGilded, the thing is... Is it? Is it really? According to Google. Interesting. I thought it was like square, but without the S. It was like, It's like Spain, but without the S. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? But isn't queer also like a synonym for like strange? I don't even know what you just wrote. It's some kind of Elvish, I can't read it! I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Yeah, I figured it was like the Irish way of saying queer. I guess that's the context here. He is Irish. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? I would just say Ireland. Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well... Exactly! You have to have done it! Yes, exactly! What now? Well, like you said, if you have all that money but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion than that you're guilty of the charges. Oh, he really did know, didn't he? Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. And I'm never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't, so... Me, honestly. McGilded is shook. For real. Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be. I'm terribly sorry. Okay. Waluigi. I can't say I blame you for thinking it, fella. Hi! Thank you so much for coming to my stream. It's so good to see you back. It is a little strange, to be honest, why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Baruch van Zieks. He is the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Who said something about sacrifice earlier? And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Baruch van Zieks. He must be exceptionally talented, an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't a word you're looking for, madam. It was me. It was you. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? A defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That will be me. Oh, just time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Boy! You defended yourself! Are you dumb? But then, you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? It's no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. That was not her. I'll be right there. It's happening then. Then you will have to sit instead. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes! What? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McKilded. There he is! Santa! I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Why are Dracula and Santa in this courtroom?
The prosecution is fully prepared.
That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld.
He really does. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English?
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
Sorry.
But he asked if the defense was ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried.
Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
A cold shiver just ran down my spine. All the way to the tips of my toes.
Now, Mr. McGilded,
Yes, my lord.
you stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Also, Naga taught him better than that. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
They really say let's make the prosecution really hot in this game, huh? Pain is not included. What do you mean pain is not included? Sorry. Also, you're right. Halloween is probably the only thing stopping Christmas decoration from appearing in June already. You're very right. Pain is never included anywhere. I mean, we always like just shit on Pain, but really, he had like a more impressive record than Von Karma. The first advert already? It's only September, right? It's September. I'm like, yeah, it's September.
Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner?
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to have opportunities to the young. Even if the feller is a student from a little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day?
Mother, please, may we go and watch?
What?
May we go and play in the Gilded Park?
I know they technically mean very little, but either you're on an insane streak, or you've gotten innocent people convicted. True. True, very true. But like, everyone is always like, oh my god, Von Karma, he like went 40 years without a loss. Or whatever. Which is a weird thing to be proud of, but you know, it is what it is. But everyone just hated Pain. I mean, he is dumb, sure, but still. Ugh, God, my nose is itchy. I'm so sorry. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised they couldn't convince anyone to defend him.
Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed?
Why does he have a knife? Who let him bring a knife into court? Like, I could kind of understand it in Japan. But in Great Britain? No way.
Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree.
Ha! And the criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson.
Oh yeah, drinking in court too. Though, no, I don't want to spoil anything. It's not for this game anyway, but still. I was like, yeah, Payne did show up in the investigations games, and Edgeworth was like, who? Like, his win record was more impressive than Von Karma's, and yet everyone just fucking hates him. And don't even know who he is. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. And you won't have until, like, Apollo Justice. But also not, because it has, like, nothing to do with, like, the later games for whatever reason. I don't know, it's really strange. They're like, we're gonna bring back the jury system. And then they just don't.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecutor Van Zieks? My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord.
I don't know, it's really weird because, like, that was Phoenix's, like, goal the entire time, right? Because the legal system was so corrupt. And so we, like, see at the end, unless that's, like, something that happens in the background of, like, every trial after Apollo Justice.
Can't toy with a man's life like that.
Lol, fuck around and find out what happens, I guess.
Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my cheeks in this capacity. I'm sorry, I had to.
No, I know it never comes back, but, like, that was, like, a major thing in Apollo Justice. I just find it, like, really weird that it was made to be this big deal and then it just, poof, it's gone. I mean, to be fair, they ruined Trucy too in, like, the newer 3DS games. So, I guess it makes sense, but oh well. Anyways, moving on, since I spread my wings in this capacity.
So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance in which the court should be aware?
You should be proud of that joke. It was a good joke.
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Well, in Apollo Justice, she was, like, really smart and she, like, knew what was up before anyone else, really. And in Dual Destinies and in Spirit of Justice, she's just like, haha, magic go brrr. Like, yes, she is a magician, but she is also really clever. And they just did not do that at all. Also, how they didn't give Apollo a backstory in his own game. So they give him like 50 in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. Sorry, that was a bit spoilery. We haven't really gotten there yet. The next one is, I want to say the clown one, but not clown one. What should I call it? Turnabout Simon is a Weeb. That's the next one we have on that, but I'm gonna finish this episode first, so.
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return.
It's cool, it's cool. You didn't know. And it wasn't like a major spoiler or anything. It's perfectly fine.
Now then, opening statements. I think a summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity.
We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
No, not quite. I mean, I have finished playing it before, but I wanted to replay it because I want to play all the games again. I haven't played them in so long, and yeah.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason.
True.
To both. He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the street of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence.
Huh.
And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested.
What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them?
Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well.
How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started.
Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason.
Haha, haha, Mr. Mason. It's funny because masonry. In general, I really appreciate that Dagyakten Saibon doesn't have the game mechanics that some of the other games have. I feel like the concept of spirits or hypersensing someone's tells drags the narrative down. I never thought about that before. But I guess you're right, because I've been watching RT Game play the first game in the trilogy, and yeah, Mia is kind of a Deus Ex Machina, isn't she? I think I have to change into something else. I'm too warm. I don't know why I'm so warm. I just am. So hold on. I'll burp. Okay. I'm back. Okay, yeah, every time Phoenix had no idea what to do, some spirit channeling solves the problem. True. I'm gonna say that this game does have a little bit of Deus Ex Machina sometimes, but it feels a lot less forced. That's great. Like the trial against Red White could have just ended with the final argument and be done with, but they wanted to present this minor contradiction just to have Mia take the kill. She could have just done that from the start, you're right. Though, I mean, like the entire episode, Maya is like struggling to channel her, right? So, I don't know. Because that was like the list that he stole when he broke into the offices. Like he stole the list that Mia writes at the end of the episode, which like is the killing blow. And it's all the names of the people he has blackmailed. So it's like I don't know, I kind of have mixed feelings about that. So technically she did do that from the start, but because Red White stole those papers, we didn't have access to them anymore. And because Maya couldn't really channel Mia whenever she wanted, she could only channel her at like certain times. And when she finally gets through, that's when she writes down the list. Right, something like that. It's been a while. But, I mean, there would be no proof for it, though. If she said you stole this, where is her proof? Sure, her whole office was ransacked, but you can't prove that that was him. Unfortunately. Like everything else, sure. He admitted to planting the wiretap. But also, she is fucking dead, so I don't think she really cares that much anymore. She just wanted to, like, get him out. Anyways, back to the game. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
Well, the damning circumstances, to say the least. I forgot his voice already, sorry.
First, when she comes through, she tells Phoenix to check the back of the note, which was already kind of a Mia saves the case moment. Oh yeah, and then they do it again and it feels like they're just rubbing it in. True. Anyways.
Defendant, what say you?
New way of convicting people. Have Maya spirit channel someone and then murder the culprit so she can't be held responsible. But the thing was, it wasn't... because of DL6. You couldn't really, like, do that anymore. I don't know, it's a whole thing. Well, of course. I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lords. Lilting so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Oh, wait, let me... court record E. Okay, so he did still have the knife in him. Good on you, McGilded, for not pulling that knife out. If what you're saying is true. Okay, anyways, let's read the autopsy report. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. Alright. We can look around the gloves. Anything interesting inside? Can't see anything. Alright. Oh, that reminds me. I think I did this last time. Kasuma Sogi. There we go. I'm sad now. He had his name written in it. Your Honor, the defendant has dumb bitch deceased. So the blood got onto the gloves then, after the man had been killed. Then, okay. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment on which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Granny, no!
Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and they were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Louis Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Okay, Meekins. I do not know many of the puns for this game, because I don't really know many of the characters. What is the meaning behind Fansik's name? Or however you're supposed to say it. I guess the meaning will make that more clear. They usually do.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. I had few customers. Alright, cracked knuckles. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. Yeah, I kind of got that, kind of. I don't know, like, I don't know the character, so I don't know what it actually alludes to. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Ah, you're right. He doesn't have a decent hat even though he makes hats.
An ambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel?
Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
Has this been clearly stated from the outset? Yes.
Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
Banjiksu? Means it's all over or there's nothing to be done, referring to his status as a reaper. Baroque is a reference to the Baroque movement. Okay, I got that. Plus he has organs in his theme. Interesting. Baroque could also have some sort of tie to an asymmetrical pearl. Van Sieks could also mean of the sick in Dutch. Oh, because of the Black Plague. And Van is also a commonly used part of a surname in that case. It would mean of or from the name of Sieks. So is it six then, or is it Baroque is actually the Dutch translation of Baroque? So his name is entirely Dutch, and yet he's canonically British. Jarring.
We will reclaim him! He is Dutch now. Save him from the British!
How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses?
Huh?
Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus?
We only arrived in London this morning. Is it Sieks or is it like a sharper K sound? Like, is the E pronounced or is it just like a long E noise? Not as like E the letter, as in the noise, like Zeeks. Zik? So Van Sick. Van Six. Six. Basically Zik, okay. And the V is pronounced with an F sound. Okay, with an extended I. So, Zeke. So it's fun. Fun Seeks? Fun Seek. Okay. Thank you so much. I mean, if we think of like Van Gogh, I mean, that's not how his name is actually pronounced. Because I'm Norwegian, I always pronounce it Van Gogh. But I know that the actual Dutch pronunciation is more like Gogh, right? Right? I've arranged for us all to see out for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. The throaty G fucks people up. I think it's fine for me because I say my my R is the same way. Kind of like in German, I guess. I don't remember exactly. It has like a name, but I don't remember what it's called. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What? Do you mean the actual scene? How?
Objection!
Oh, Blueberry Dogs, thank you so much for the follow. I heard people pronounce it as Zykes. Yeah, I know that I-E is pronounced E. So, yeah. A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Clever your objection! You got it. Here? What? He cannot believe this. He is like, what? How did you bring a vehicle into a building? the entire carriage. Bailiff. Why is this man British? Because why not? I don't know. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Vehicles belong on the outside of buildings. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Hand him over, Capcom! Let him come home! I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense.
Well, Council, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence.
That is the prosecution's wish.
Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence.
I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Hi, sis! Yes! Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Yes, my hair! I grew it out especially for today.
Let us continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination, Counsel.
Pray, don't accept this Nipponese stray to understand... Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. That was a mouthful. Alright, my first cross-examination in the British court. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! What the witnesses saw. Sure. Let me look through the omnibus first, because I want to look through it. Actually, wait. I want to start the music first. There we go. Way better. Yes, last evening. Last bus of the evening. Hey! Hey! I just saw it! Baker Street, Wall Street, and City of Westminster, right? London 5th Avenue. Jobmasters, London head office. What's this say? Doesn't say. Damn.
Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we?
The scene of a murder. It's horrible. So your cross-examination, he's just like, hold on, let me just go inside this omnibus real quick. Blood. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stamp somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder?
Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's a poster for the Great Exhibition due to start 6 months from now. So the night of the murder defense, what are you doing in the carriage? Yes. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event.
The seat has a handle, it seems. Interesting. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running.
Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Yeah, there isn't on that side. What's this? It's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece. Wait. This is just the same one. Okay. That's kind of weird, but whatever. Okay. If we go up to the top. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us. Hold on, it said something on the thing. Hold on. Jobmasters, London head office. Can't I? Okay, just that? I see. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus.
Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London's streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so?
Oh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you paid to stay out late.
What about the other side? I can't come to the other side. I forgot to look up. Let's open the door. Yeah, we get it. It's the scene of a murder. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from inside the cabin at least. Okay. Okay, well, last bus of the evening. I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Interesting. Let's press.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example.
Quite right with that, sir, but no other passengers like that, no. None. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. And you saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp inside, so I had a pretty good view. 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts. You actually saw the exact moment it happened! Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working citibankers not considered trustworthy these days? Oh, no, I didn't mean that! This is no good. I really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail.
My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up.
Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Oh, okay, so... But you look more rich yourself. Hello? Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That's precisely what I was about to say. As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the... What's happening here?
Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts.
But... Didn't you say you didn't know how it worked? With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty.
That's a bit... How should I say? It is how jurors work in this universe. I too become a firebender when I get called on jury duty.
As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice as we saw a moment ago.
So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... I don't know, you would have to look that up yourself. I don't think it's in here though. Never really thought about that.
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Now I'm even more worried than I was before.
Very well. The court acknowledges the change in this jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination.
Ah, this is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? You were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Susato's book is just Google! Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about the new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylights. It was sticking right out from his belly. That huge, great knife. Grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. First sight is giving me anxiety. Me too. The jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. Grandma, no!
That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth.
The Christian party in Sweden proposed the jury duty in Sweden back in 2010, but never got anywhere. I don't think I could have handled that. I would have been like, but how am I supposed to make a decision about someone else when I can barely make a decision about myself?
If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Oh, yes, sir.
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that...
Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart.
I cannot decide what kind of flavor ice cream I want without taking 30 minutes. I cannot decide if someone is guilty. Exactly. We're not fit for that kind of job.
It is a blade of considerable size, counsel.
It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. What about Mason? Huh? Did you think about that? What about Mason? M for Mason. Oh, God, fucking. Hair. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection.
But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes. Like in Mason. Yes.
Objection!
Fuck. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. Okay. What if it's an heirloom? No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Almost certainly. So not certainly. Just almost certainly. Sexy objection. Unless it freaking says, this is McGill's knife, no touchy, then maybe consider that more people's names in London start with M. A conclusive but certainly compelling counsel. Its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable.
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Ah, juror number 2. Go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be...
What the fuck is that word? Can someone help? Sacrosanct? Is that it? I don't think it's sucrose. Man had no house, he would 100% sell or pawn it. Sacrosanct? Is it really? Yeah, I get that not a lot of people would be able to afford something engraved with gold, but if it was like a family heirloom that's like been passed down for generations or whatever, it means sacred. Okay. That's how I've heard other people say it. But are they right? I'm gonna find this out. Dictionary. We having French pastries then. Sacrosanct.
Sacrosanct.
Sacrosanct. So not croissant. Sacrosanct. Okay, cool. It's important to me to know how to pronounce words. I don't know if you could tell.
However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to do?
Dispose of the rubbish.
No!
I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Well, fuck me. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who've proposed a guilty verdict. I mean, by majority, they've won. There are only 2 left. Does it matter? There is no way they can win. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. I haven't pressed this one. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand, like this. The other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. I call BS? Maybe. I don't know, but if you stab like this, you have like... And the other dude said that he thrust a knife forward. Okay, yeah. Like, but this is down, and like, this is forward. What?
My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too... Master of the London Guild of Coachmen. The idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. Grandma is still just holding on. She's holding out hope. Thank you, Grandma. No, please. Gee up now, Silverblaze. The finish is in sight. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You are too kind, sir. Judges! Crochet again, Grandma. Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure she's knitting, though? Or is she crocheting? I don't know. But he isn't judge. He's just the juror. Knitting some mittens for her grandson. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Jurors are like supposed to make their own decision because like you have the judge who is like actually like trying to be impartial about the entire thing. And then you have the jurors who may very well be biased, which is why jurors are often so split in their decisions. If that makes sense. I don't even know. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man, yes. She's knitting. Selecting jurors can take weeks since they have to make sure that jurors do not have a connection to either witnesses or the defendant. Then juror number 5 should not be here because
he is acquainted to the witness.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I am a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting.
Yeah, the horse juror knowing Beppo makes him unqualified, exactly.
There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
Yes, Grandma! Hell yeah! He's always doing wonderful things for the city. Yes, let's go! That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely.
Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library after I borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? He's a leprechaun! Duh! Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What?
Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. Ah, so he's a loan shark. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. That reminds me of the current petition to release an actual murderer because he is too damn handsome. I mean, that sounds about right, knowing the fucking true crime community. Obviously not everyone are like that. But yeah. And also those poor delusional people who think they can change him or are just into it in general. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? Oh no! Grandma, no! Grandma, no! You're not saying that! The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Oh no. The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. Keanu Reeves takes public transport. Wealth has nothing to do with it. Well, by the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it!
If I might add something briefly,
Mr. Sato.
You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim?
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Oh no.
Here it is, Lord Fansig's hallowed chalice.
How can this be considered acceptable? Sir, you literally have a fucking sword on your body. But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself.
As a judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job.
What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, God, which details all monies? Is it monies? Is it loaned by the accused? You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh,
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. Oh, he has a sword too. Sweet. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time.
Marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence.
Okay, a catalog of people who had borrowed money, blah 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 blah, includes the victim who owned 20 guineas.
Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owned a considerable sum.
And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Grandma, no.
well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park too. What a scoundrel! Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Grandma, no! Wait a minute, let's think about this.
I don't stand for nonsense.
Welp. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law. I see that the tradition of headbutting your desk is a family trait. They really are related.
When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
The final verdict. It's over then.
Oh! There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case.
Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision.
According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections.
Miss Susato, just tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia of British law. However, the defense... What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course.
One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation of examination of the jurors at this point. Summation? Examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh,
What even is it, Miss Susato? This so-called summation examination.
oh, one moment and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. But is it removed? Typical Nipponese.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what, exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions, and it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions.
What, do they just go and grab one of their coal pieces from the scales? Just like, I take this back.
Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose.
Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age.
Well, sounds like it's right up our alley then. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
Exactly what you said. What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
The lawyers of both sides should never interact with the jury to begin with.
Sure, but this is...
When was this again? The early 1800s? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Okay, assert our right.
The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But it's our right. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial.
The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with a summation examination.
This is madness.
There are no rules except the ones that the prosecution makes up.
If that ain't the truth.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. What grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular, and no mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying luck.
It seems to have thrown the jurors off.
It seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it?
Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGilded guilty of this most serious crime.
There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. Trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
A scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. Yeah, there were like several things that were not right there. I'll have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they reach their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say. It's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then. This is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. No, not quite yet. I'm funny. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off.
Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord.
Is this the part where he walks? You two fight?
Mm-hmm. Pit you and pit you.
You two fight! Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other.
They do? Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
He actually pointed.
I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about.
Yes, he's walking! Look at him, he's walking! Wah! Hell yeah! Look at this!
According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
Also, would it not be Grandma versus Knife Boy since they show different stab emotions? He has legs! I love the shoe sound!
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence.
That it is. A fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated.
But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts.
Why, man? Why?
4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the
multiplication.
It would be 16 pence.
Exactly.
As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare.
1 person's fare?
Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about.
Good gracious! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
I beg your pardon.
How are you an unlucky Sims 4 player?
Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London.
The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. No.
Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end,
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of scales.
Hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! It is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
There's this career called paranormal investigator, and you like hunt ghosts, and there's the special ghost that usually shows up on either medium or hard. On my first job, which was safe, the bitch was there! Oh no! Oh no, I know who you mean though. I usually only play Sims 4 for the building, so I don't know, I never really liked playing the game. Their hands would hurt. Shh!
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
Really?
I for one think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo! You did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to put 2 more pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself.
Okay. I'm gonna pit you.
Objection!
And you. You two, fight! Those 2 statements are completely contradictory.
What? Explain, counsel. Post haste.
Oh dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. Listen to the walk. I am. I also see that his jacket is, or his pants are kind of clipping through his jacket once it turns. Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh. Want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim bankers said. I like how the next juror is just like sitting there and not even reacting to this. Mans is there with a fucking knife, just like, he did it like this! And just stabs her.
Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true.
Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man?
How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now don't move! Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor.
Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
Bless my stitches, what a muddle!
Ace attorney lawyer walking ASMR. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. If you're talking about that one animation, then I know, but don't... But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience?
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
The scales!
They contain at least more than one bone? Yeah, I would hope so. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Tell them, Grandma. Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? Well, obviously one of them must be lying! Contrary to a certain Tumblr users believe, the leg bone is not connected to the neck bone. They believe what now? What of it? Let's say, the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. Hold on. Let me see. Stabbed once. Cool. Moving on. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you?
Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you?
They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it! He's a potential murderer. He's too excited to use a knife. Sorry, I just find it really funny that you gave permission to yourself. The skull bone is connected to the leg bone. I am leg. Oh no, there are more. Oh my god. God, that's funny. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. You say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Okay, I'll show you some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? He was like, oh shit, no, he actually has it? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. That's printer paper if I ever saw it. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can see defeat. yeah! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. You're playing at, you dandy fool. Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. We had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor sharp... Sir? What the fuck are you doing? No? No. I feel very uncomfortable right now. Take this razor sharp blade and shave every lost hair off his head. Please tell me he is a barber.
Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty.
Oh! Oh! I'm sorry, knife play wasn't in the tags. It really wasn't. I was not prepared. What did you just send? I'm a kitty cat. Okay, I love that for you. Only the best content.
Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. And the trial must continue.
When you say you have a song playing in your head 24/7, I'm just thinking about the candlelight and moonlight all around as I look into your eyes. You hold my hand underneath the table, and I can't disguise the way I feel. I could have wished 1,000 wishes. It's finally me and you. Just us and your friend Steve. Steve.
The trial must continue.
I can see Edgeworth and Lang. Same.
I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Fonseeks.
Is that right?
Continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please.
Pour one out for the boys first. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Fonseeks!
Oh, it's cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during this summation examination. So I honored the deathly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir, and that I did, sir. Of course I heard it.
Oh, yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe it's Beppo.
Yes, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh mio Dio. He speaks Italian.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but... Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. You think so?
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little codinage.
Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic. No. Fuck, I pressed autoplay by accident. Stop! Stop! Ah!
Hold on. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures.
Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please.
We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. I don't know what the price was, or like what the value of money was, what, back then? Absolutely. Hmm. 5 pence for the bus. Fiddled us on the fare. I want to press this.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him.
That's what I said, isn't it?
It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a 5th passenger, but as yet, 0 evidence.
What are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty.
how much is 4 Swedish kronor? Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I don't really remember what we landed on. I wish I could work out what it was. Okay, let me just actually go back and press everything.
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4p fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold. It was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chilblains. The fuck is it? What the fuck is that? It is chilblain, an inflammation of the hands. Ah, okay, I see. Oh no. Was it bad? Did you get scarred? Inflamed feet, This is gonna make me sound really strange, but when I was younger, my mom had these, like, medicinal encyclopedia, I guess? And there were, like, a bunch of stuff in there. And when I was, like, I think it started when I was, like, 4, maybe even 3, I don't know. But I loved looking through those books. And they were like this big, all of them. And I remember just... No, it's not a kink. It's more like, what the fuck was wrong with you as a kid? Because we had that, and then we also had this like little small book, not leaflet, but it was like a small book of like first aid. And in it, there were so many pictures of, like, cold sores, burn marks, and everything. And I loved looking through that fucking book. So, yeah. People are into feet. That is their business. I just do not necessarily need to see inflamed feet. Yeah, I get it. But, yeah. True, there is phobia of everything, really.
It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Does the dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger?
Oh, speaking of phobias, actually, what are some of your phobias? I don't know, I just think that's like a really interesting question because I've gotten some interesting answers. Like, do you want the whole list or the highlights? Whatever you feel comfortable sharing. You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. Claustrophobia. Haphibophobia. How do you pronounce that? And what is it? Hold on. Oh, being touched. Yeah, I googled it. And as someone who is autistic, I can relate. Though usually I love touch, but sometimes it's just like, don't touch me. You know, so I can kind of relate. It's not the same, but I can kind of relate to that. And as for me, my fears, arachnophobia. I can't stand spiders. It's literally at the fucking point where if I just like think about a spider at night, I don't dare going to sleep because I know that I will 100% have a nightmare about a spider, and I'm not up for that. And some other fears or phobias. Yay, autistic gang. I don't have a fear of heights. I am more scared of falling than I'm scared of the actual heights. Because I love heights. If I'm like in a secured area, I will like lean as far forward as possible. But if there is like just a tiny chance that I can just like fall over something, I just stay as far away from it because I'm just afraid that I'm gonna get like fucking what's it called? I fucking had it, but yeah, I'm just scared that I'm suddenly gonna think it's a good idea to just throw myself off this cliff. I don't trust myself like that. But I love heights. I just don't like losing the control. I also kind of have a fear of abandonment. Anyways, back to the game. Oh my god, needles, same, though it's gotten a lot better. I'm not nearly as scared anymore. Also, a funny thing, when I go to get like my blood tests and stuff, I can never look at the needle. But if I'm getting like a vaccine, I prefer looking at it for some reason. I don't know why, but it helps me. Sewing machine needle in your eye? Oh my god. I remember I had to go to the dentist at some point, and I had to like pull some teeth. God, I hate when they show it on TV with like no forewarning. Like they're showing now, like people are getting vaccinated for COVID, right? And then they just show it. Just shows someone getting it, and I'm just sitting there like, can we not? I'm not ready for this. I wanted to stitch a blanket for my stuffed dogs. I'm sick from school day. The needle broke and shot up into my eye. That sounds awful. I hope your eye healed well after that. Yeah, I was talking about the time when I went to the dentist and I was gonna pull some teeth. And there was no fucking way that we'd get that fucking needle in my mouth. So I got like these relaxing pills before I went in to the room. And even those didn't fucking help, because once he brought up the fucking syringe, I slid out of the chair. I really just slid out. It was like I turned completely liquid. And then I staggered my way outside. And my mom came like running after me because it was like winter and it was slippery outside and she was afraid I was gonna fall. I really just ran away from there. Mom got out pretty quick and she double checked that everything was out. Slightly worse eyesight and I'm not noticeable. Damn, I'm so glad that all went well. Ugh, God. I do not like the dentist. I did eventually go through with it though, so good on me, I guess. Rusted braces? Oh no. Someone who is into teeth, I guess. Oh god. Oh no, that sounds awful. God, I could never. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night. My dad absolutely hated the dentist growing up. One time his parents forced him to go when he was in the room and the dentist came. He literally blacked out. When he came to, the room was torn up pretty badly. Oh my god. Damn. I've been better with like needles and syringes and stuff ever since I got hospitalized in 2012, I believe, for having this 11-liter cyst on one of my ovaries, which was a lot of fun. And I was practically like a fucking porcupine when I was there, because I had like several stitches, and I also got like these shots into my stomach like daily. It was like blood thinners, I believe. And I also had an IV, of course, and did I have two? Or did I just have the one? I don't know. And I also had a fucking epidural up my back, which was awful. I almost passed out when they fucking shoved the tube up my back. Not because it hurt, It didn't hurt. It was just very uncomfortable. I would constantly forget to wear braces, so my parents offered me a set that I couldn't remove, and I was like, sure. Problem is, there's 2 knobs on my corner teeth, and the bottom that cause constant friction with the cheek skin. And if that happens for like a couple hours, it just starts bleeding. I find it really easy to trust dentists, actually. Sorry. They're very nice. The only bad experience I had was the pliers thing. I get that. They went out of their way to very slowly and meticulously break the braces open. Yeah, they're actually really nice, but it's just so scary. I'm not really sure why. It's probably because you can't really see what they're doing inside your mouth. Like the uncertainty of what is happening, and you can just like hear the noises and just it's a lot. Compared to that time, one time the doctors tried to force me back into the chair after I tried running. I got scared. It was a nice change. Oh god. My first dentist in Sweden got the job because she had pulled over 1,000 teeth from African children while volunteering in Africa. Good on them. She was the worst dentist in my life, and I did not trust the public dentist anymore. Well, that's not so good then. Damn. Yes, Nick Sama, it sounds like you have a great dad. Okay, back to the game. Keep getting distracted. Okay, yeah, I read that. Then we would have had another suspect. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Yes, you did. Okay. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I pay 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. Flat fare, 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. It fiddled us on the that does not sound right. I didn't realize that until now. What the fuck? Damn. I'm glad we can bond over this this hospital / dentist trauma together. It's really great. I filled this on the fair. Okay. This blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. You probably literally yelled at the nurse for just leaving a clearly scared adult all alone and then having a random nurse come in and start talking about how you probably have a lifelong horrible disease and that there is not much they can do except offer diet tips. Are you kidding me? That's fucking awful. Reminds me of when I was gonna go and get my second dose of the COVID vaccine. I was originally gonna get it in later this month. And that just... Actually, no, it was first gonna be like earlier and like... When was it gonna be? No, it was gonna be earlier this month. That was what it was gonna be. It was gonna be like the 1st or the 2nd this month. And then it got moved to like the 22nd. But by then, my mom will be away in Turkey. So she had to like call them and like ask to get a new appointment. And they were like, oh no, we will take good care of her. And mom is just like, that's not what this is about. They just did not understand that I have anxiety. Huh. I just thought of the cops the other day and I almost had a panic attack. Oh no. Oh, I'm so glad one of them was nice. Yes, exactly that. I'm sure you guys will be nice, but I know my child. Me going with her is the best for everyone involved. Exactly. I called my dad and he brought me to school and my teacher said, what would you have done if your dad didn't pick up? And I said, go home probably. And then he said, you can always call me. So that was very heartwarming. Also, he offered to beat up the cop for me. Oh. Good gracious, really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the bank agent next to me take a short intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. First, are you okay? I mean, obviously not, but... I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man.
Hold it!
I already pressed this, didn't I? I did. Never mind. That's what I said. It's bothering me before. There was only the two of them inside the carriage. I already read this. You stabbed him. There we go. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. When I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylights. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking
up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Sir?
Excuse me.
Excuse me is right. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Fair play to you. Huh. I figured out I took up way too much time reading the chat, but y'all just continue having your little conversation. I can read through it later.
Oh, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking.
He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Hey? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that! He really said it do be like that. It do be like that sometimes. No way. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus, that is.
Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. I can do that, all right. I'll just tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after that butcher stabbed the man? Hands. Let me press that real quick. Blood-soaked. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Yes, I get it. It's the gloves. Not long ago, this trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow, we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful, as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason.
Objection!
The gloves, blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soaked might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right.
So you're the liar here then?
I thought he was gonna deep throat his cane. Oh no! Lily! Ah!
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said, "Nyeh, it was both hands." Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony.
Do we have the proof?
What's his fucking name? Bruce Fairplay, that can't be them. Oh yeah, that's right, I haven't looked through this. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Jones's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Hold on, let me just turn it around. Nothing on the back, cool. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this! Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay! The witness testifying at this very moment! Oh yes, of course! The banker! Why is his name in here? He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, their payment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information.
Whoever said that? Was it Bengi? I saw it, but I don't remember where. No worries. I don't know if it was you, but it was someone. I have evidence. Someone said that he was also in debt. And I was just like, oh my god. Yes, I haven't even checked the fucking the book we got. I don't know if it was you or if it was Fleur, but it was one of you. No, this is the 3rd episode. I do have all of the previous episodes up on my YouTube channel though, so... But thank you for dropping by anyways. Hope you have a great day. My lord.
Yes, counsel?
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove. Are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? Oh, I just realized that you sent my YouTube channel. Thank you so much.
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist.
Oh, Ore-sanjo! I didn't realize you were here. Thank you for coming by. Cease to exist? Oh, so that sounds horrible, but I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're like Apollo Justice, and you're fine! Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant?
Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay!
Yes, my lord.
Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim?
A simple yes or no question, sir. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony.
All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch.
A pinch?
But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Hands or gloves?
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained.
So you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. First.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens.
Of course you do. Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one.
Yeah, I think I like this voice for First myself. What?
It would appear that we're going to need a further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
He said yes!
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last.
Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. How long is this episode? Or this chapter?
There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife and I remember seeing... I don't remember his fucking voice. I like it, but I don't remember it. I can never remember it. I get it when he says, sir.
Seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Almost done. Okay, cool. It's been almost 4 hours. Anyway, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Yeah, and I've been live for 3 hours and 44 minutes. To be fair, I've been very focused on chat until now.
Well, lo and behold, in truth of facts, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it.
That's really not what testimony is about.
Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Yes, my lord. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, not until I heard that scream. The fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Would you now? Hold on. Let me... Well, actually, I didn't mean to do that, actually, but whatever. I mean, if they sat here, then there is no way they could have seen anyone sitting here. Right? Like in the back. Oh, I forgot. You can't actually see my mouse, but like in the back.
You
must have a wonderful view. We already saw this. We are going off on tangents, but I think it's fun. It's fun. I never have like this active of a chat. It's really fun. I think I'm gonna try that. Okay. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, it's not Attorney Tom, it's some other attorney guy. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Right here. Right here, Your Honor. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other. Which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylights. As I've drawn here. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? Am I supposed to know? Am I supposed to know? Don't tell me it's lady first. You're not supposed to know, you're supposed to guess. Or a hint. But I mean here, am I supposed to like answer I have an inkling or I have no idea? That's all I want to know. The people we can choose from. I have an inkling, okay. Oh! I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. Okay, Francisca. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. It does not delay. It does not delay, Council. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was McGilded.
Take that!
It was. The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof deck failed to see. I thought that the murderer was sitting there. That's why I was confused. Has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded.
What are you talking about, Counsel? That is the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Sir! Please! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Seeks?
People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Exactly. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, Counsel?
The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
If I got into a carriage, would I choose the empty seat on the other side or would I sit next to someone? Well, it depends on who that someone is, but... yeah, no, I would most likely sit on the other side. As far away as possible. Because anxiety, yes! The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance.
Yes, their testimony remains unchanged.
Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
Who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary. Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes.
The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Oh, funny that you're mentioning that, because he has an animation that I previously hinted at when you sent the leg bone is connected to the head bone or whatever. And yeah, he has an animation that was originally supposed to be for clavier, right? I feel like I read that somewhere, probably Twitter. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
An animation. I'm afraid I don't remember. Oh, it's for Godot. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense. I remembered wrong. Thank you for correcting me. My point still stands. They're both fabulous bastards. You're not wrong. And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be sure?
Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the facts.
Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Ah! He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. Gilded would have been unaware of it. My offer still stands, by the way. Let me know which one you want more.
Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem.
Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand.
Well, what say you, counsel?
The prosecution objects, my lord.
On what grounds?
As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely?
Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion?
My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Demand his testimony. Right? I'm save. I'm gonna save. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand.
In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes,
I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say.
It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear.
Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police?
Begad, no. It is not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please.
The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded?
You're right, it is kind of witchy.
The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger.
And... okay, sure. It's true!
Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened.
You... What?! No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now.
I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Francisque. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police.
Like a shady magical con man would have this theme in an animated movie. You're very right.
I do be having a very good reason, I assure you.
Which was?
Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And not in any way involved, you see.
What?
If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself.
You just know Francisque wants to kick him into hell. Amazing.
I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord.
Francisque would.
You're not wrong.
And who was this young child of whom you speak?
That I don't know.
You don't know?
Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. Never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. A description? Like, literally anything?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings.
What? Smoke! Fire! There's a fire! Someone's trying to get away. It's no use. I can't see anything through the smoke. What is going on?
Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face.
Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess.
Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom.
We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, we had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended. Thank God. They are. Oh, God. 4 hours. Perfect. And I made it through without getting like a single wrong answer. I'm not gonna continue. Let me skip this. No, let me... There we go. Back to title. Don't save. Yes. Oh, God. Ah! That was a lot. That took so long. Oh my God. I'm not used to seeing myself with long hair. I don't actually have this long hair. This is a wig. This is a shitty wig that I bought. I stand by the fact that this typing sound of the location is just not as good. Speaking of, actually, hold on, let me put these back on and go back to, was it 3? Yes, 3, cool. If I go to special contents, and we go to auditorium, I believe, and instrumentals, no, that can't be it. Or is it? Arrival. Maybe not. Wait, music. Oh, here we go. Miscellany. Here we go. There should be... What's... No, that one. This is the one. Right? And here is the one they didn't use. That's so much better! Okay, not that one. Oh, that's the normal one. That one's not that good either. That one's okay, but not as good. That's the worst one. That's the classic one. I was just like looking through like the non-spoilery like bonus contents one time, and I found that, and I was like, why did they not use that? that was upsetting. Ha, okay. I know, the first one is so good! Ha. And I actually had an idea. So... yeah. This is not gonna be very good. I figured, why not end streams from now on with a little ukulele song? I don't know where to put my mic for it to like not sound like complete ass. What if we just like put it like completely out of frame? Can you still hear me okay? I have to tune this first, I'm pretty sure, because
just... Why is the C string? Yeah, the C string. Why is the C string so annoying? There we go. E is fine. Ha. Okay, do I remember? I'm pretty good at playing certain instruments when I do not think about what I am doing. As soon as I think about what I'm doing, I just mess it up. Yeah. Ukulele time, yes. Huh. This is kind of impromptu, so I'm sorry if I have to, like... It won't be that good. I figured this would just be like a nice way to end streams, you know? Okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, we stumbled home. After closing time, you have to fuck me. Oh, we stumbled home. After closing time, you... What? Hold on. I found the note yesterday, but I don't remember anymore. Wait, what if I just do it in the normal one? Maybe I can find it there. Oh, we stumbled home after closing time. You told me that your soul was from the 90s is when I knew. Followed on. Okay. Do I have it? Not sure. I'm shaking. I mean, you can't really see it, but I feel like I'm shaking internally. So, oh, we stumbled home. After closing time, you told me that your soul was from the 90s. That's when I knew. Missed it, so I followed on. In the dark, I only fought. Why can't I hit the fucking note? In the fuck me. I know the note. I did it yesterday and it was fine. Also, thank you for saying that. Paradise. Oh no, it's next to me. After closing, okay, no. It's like we have no. After closing time, you told me that your soul was from the 90s. Okay, fuck it. I'll just power through it. It's gonna sound like ass, but I love this song, and I'm just... Your soul was from the 90s, that's when I knew. So I followed on. In the dark, I only hear you. Fuck, do what I can to be near you, next to you. Oh, the... Nope, that's not it. It's a... I also sang the wrong thing. Fuck me. Oh, collective souls. When you come to me, I whisper. When you call to me, I listen to your bones. These little homes. They wrote symphonies just for us. Wrote the lyrics to this chorus. They say, slow your world down and come into me. Stay next to me, right next to me. All you've got is everything I need. Stay next to me, right next to me, right next to me. The song is called Next to Me, by the way. Oh, collective souls. But these months, they pass like minutes when you're far away and drifting on your own. And you feel alone. I know you're scared that fate... What? I know you're scared that fate won't find you. That the winds or changes guide you. They say, slow your world down and come into me. Fuck. Stay next to me, right next to me. All you've got is everything I need. Stay next to me, right next to me, right next to da 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 Slow your world down and come into me. Stay next to me, right next to me. Oh, all you've got is everything I need. Stay next to me, right next to me, right next to me. Well, a bit disappointing that I couldn't hit the note that I wanted to, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. It'd be like that sometimes. Thank you so much. So yeah, if you have like any thank you so much. If you have any requests for the next stream, then please do let me know, and I can try my best to learn it for maybe not next one, but maybe the one after. I don't know. I usually don't spend too long learning new songs, so I don't know. Sounds kind of fun. So yeah, but with that, I am gonna end this finally after almost 4.5 hours. Damn, it's so weird seeing myself in long hair. So yeah, yeah, right? I thought it was like, it would be like kind of different, you know? I mean, I bet like a lot of people do this, but just like a little thing to keep people there to the very end, I guess. Anyways, yes, hope to see you next time, which will be next week because I'll be busy tomorrow. So, don't know exactly what day yet, but one day. Anyways, it was a lot of fun, and I am so glad that you all came here and you had a lovely time in chat. I saw that it kept popping off, and I love that so much. you two have a lovely night. All of you. And yeah, hope to see you again next time. And with that, bye. Sorry, I hit the wrong button.